Howdy doodly neighbors, Sortides here in Pax Dei once again, and I've done a little work on the dome. Let me zoom out here a little bit, so you can see I've got the bulk of the framing in, if not all of the detail, like the crossover beams. Make a little hole there so I can crawl through. But I was running into problems, and I thought I would troubleshoot them on stream. Also, I just wanted to stream. So, you know, here we are. So, I was currently working on going top down here. I just realized I can... Apparently, I fixed something here, so that can actually live like that. Anyways, I was going around putting these beams in, these horizontal beams, and I ran into an issue. Now, everywhere else is fine, but getting into over like this area, apparently they don't want to be supported, and I don't know why. Right? It's the building's obviously not, you know, too high, because we've got stuff over it, and some of these go across. But yeah, I'm having issues with that. I was thinking, well, there's a... I was trying to compare it with over here, where things seem to work. And am I just noticing that I didn't put, oh, this is what happens when you take a break and then you come back and you're like, oh, I didn't put support beams underneath it. Well, that was an easy fix. Well, we'll see if it's fixed or not. But I suspect it was just me not providing the stability it needs. So let's start over here. That goes there, and then we get a short one, and I believe that overlaps by half. Like so. And if I do that again, that's so silly that I didn't realize that was what was happening. But hey, at least it's an easy fix. Like I say, taking a step back, taking a little break, sometimes is all you need. You hit the reset button. So I'm going to have to get those going all the way around, and it's unfortunate because I fully covered stuff up there. So if that is there, increment of 2. Is that correct? I think so. Oh, no, I think I'm putting too many in. No, no, that'll link up there. And this will link up over here. That one might be... Yeah, that one's too high. That one's too high. Duplicate build. Duplicate build? Okay. Okie dokie then. Let's get our overlapping extensions out there. And where is... No, there's... What am I looking at here? It's hard to see under there. Hard to select the proper point, but there we go. We need one under there. Why did it tell me duplicate build? There was not a duplicate build there. There. Wait, why are you so far out, dude? Come back at that again. Too complex build. Come on. That gets annoying. Well, let's just start peeling some stuff back here in hopes it cleans up the area. Because we just need to squeeze that last one in there. There we go. Overlap this. There. And then I can come back through and add these fine little beams. I think we just have the 3 of them and have them go off in those other directions. Is that right? Yeah. So the length of that beam, it doesn't really have to, be that long. Like these out here, they don't need to overlap so much. But do I want to redo all of that or just leave the design as is? I think I'll just leave the design as is. Okay, now that I have those extended, I should be able to come back through and put all of these back in. Yeah, they're fully supported now because, you know, I remembered to do the thing. That's so much better. All right, it's coming together. Basically, the framework of the dome is done. You know, I'm even doing on these top parts some of this detail. You know, by putting them all in, I just don't have to come back up to this point and touch it again. Which will be nice. I got an inventory full of beams, so I don't need to go anywhere. I spent quite a bit of time this morning just getting beams, and thankfully clanmates, you know, they make stuff for people to use in the clan, which is kind of amazing. I mean, I'm used to that with like gear and stuff from before, but you know, just building materials in general, it's like, wow. Because there's a bunch of time that goes into that stuff. I'm noticing a little bit of a difference between... Am I? I thought I was noticing a difference between how these are laid out. Yeah, there is. So we got 3 coming off of there, and then there should be a 3rd one here. This is, I think, this piece. Yeah, that should be like that. The very corners are doubles. And then the next ones here are triples. If I can find the right spot to snap it to. So that kind of becomes the next step, is I'm kind of working my way down. And that is a good way of looking at things too. So right, those 2 are doubles, and then we go triple. Maybe I should go one direction at a time here. I'm standing on it, I think. So it didn't want to build. And then we come back the other way. For the triples. So, I mean, as long as my beam supply lasts, hopefully I'll get around this level of the dome. I don't know, it's a lot, actually, and the farther down we go, the more involved it's going to get. Anyways, one thing I'd like to kind of get on with today at some point is working on the other interior archway or the main entrance. I would not like to spend the entire time on the dome. I don't think I'm going to like fully finish the dome, but really, how much of this do you need to see? Me working my way down. But I am excited to get, you know, a little bit more of this finished up. Such concentration, just making sure, you know, it's snapping to the proper node. So, yeah. Carrying on. Go around and around and around. Come on, then. There we go. All the way down there, and then work our way back across, except for that end one. Yeah, this part's going pretty quickly, as it should. Come on, then. There we go. And then we get to the end, we turn it back. That should be a triple. There we go. I don't know where my placement went before, but at the end of all this, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some weird beams somehow placed below everything. Once I got a bunch of materials together and went around the bottom area, you know, I mean, having spent the time last night, I don't know, I hesitate to use perfecting, but establishing the technique for building this. Oh, now we're at the beams. It was not too bad to just go around the bottom there and put in the basic framework. Okay, let's just, yeah, go down that far. I went and established a little supply depot here, so I didn't have to go all the way down. And then, like I said, we got our little hole there. Come up here. And up we are again. Yeah, we're almost done this area. Okay. Here we were. See, there's one of those errant beams I was talking about. Accidental placement. For those joining me live, hi, how are you? Welcome in. And if you're listening to the music, I gotta tell you, I saw Descendants, this band, this summer in Halifax, and they were fantastic. I'm not much of a live person guy because I suffer from pretty high anxiety at times. Crowds are not really my scene. But I do not regret in the slightest going to see Descendants. They were tight. Even though I spent, I mean, half of it kind of midway back in the crowd, and then the most, I think pretty much all the Descendants said I was right in the back, but it was great. I also saw Propaganda, my favorite band, which I think I've mentioned more than once. It was a big deal for me. Propaganda, unfortunately, my seats sucked ass, but like it was a bar, and there wasn't much by way of seating at all. So, but there was like parts of the bar in between where I was and the stage was, so I was looking through the bar. It wasn't ideal. Anyways, I don't regret going. Wow, there we go. So that's, I would call that not half done. Still not half done. But boy, is it starting to look pretty good. Let's get the old F10 view. How's this going to look from a distance? So yeah, it's definitely tightening up near the top. And when you're, you know, a fair distance away from this, I think it's going to look pretty spectacular. I may have to do something around the top of the wall to tie it all together. I'm thinking roof pieces. Yeah, this is coming together, this build. So, do we just continue? Now, it's a little more confusing what's going on down here. We're using the full-on beams, so it's 6 per. So this just got that much more expensive. And the first two are... we got to snap onto that point. Like where that is. It tried to kill me. Right, so this one is going straight on and left, so this one would be going straight on and right. And we do that twice. So there'll be 2 of those. And then the next ones are the triple left and right. Carrying this on until what? Trying to establish how far this goes. I guess really just there. There's that kind of tiny gap here between the two, and that looks to be matched up here. So the last 2 are just pointed back in like that. It's hard to tell because there's a bunch of extra beams in that section that are kind of obscuring things. And I did a section over here where I put all those crossing beams in down there before I built upwards. That was a mistake. And that's when I decided, okay, just go get all of the straight, you know, straight off the wall pieces all the way around, and then come back through and add the extras later. One, it, you know, semi-completes the dome. It just hasn't fully filled it in. But it's a lot easier to do, because trying to reach in and do this stuff is a minor nightmare. Minor nightmare. Okay, so straight and right, and then both ways. This is not at all dangerous for the health. Now, this is the last two, so it's straight and left. Moves around the corner. This becomes... Can I... There we go. Straight and right. Straight and right. And so on and so forth. So we're just going to work ourselves out of beams here. I had considered... so the idea that I had was to later come back through and try and fit in some 45 degrees to like angle between these two levels of dome to give it more of a singular shape. It would probably be convincing from the outside, but from the inside, I mean, the inside's going to be a mess. It doesn't really matter what the inside looks like, to be honest. I think you'll, I don't know, you'll miss the trees by seeing the entire forest. I don't know. Perhaps that's not the best saying to utilize in this moment, but here we are. I'm just going to try not to get totally distracted by that idea right now, because I feel like I need to complete one stage of the project before inventing a whole new one. The one thing being, like, it's going to be extremely hard to build if there are beams all in the way, if I go after that idea later. My goal is not to rebuild this 100 times. Why is that way off? There we go. That's better. 2 and then 3rd. And yeah, so this is a thing. Two to the right, and then 3. Yeah, I think this kind of minimizes the crazy... Like, it makes the corners where we change direction a lot cleaner. There's one thing I wouldn't mind looking at. Wow, we got all the way around there? That's great. Okay, I gotta go get more beams. See if I can actually do this without... Yeah, almost. Get in here, get over there. Wow, look at that. I didn't fall all the way to the bottom. But we are running out of beams. Yeah. Oh, I almost didn't make that. Now that I'm looking at some of this, yeah, this corner is done a little differently. This corner is done a little differently. Instead of 2 doubles, there's a double on each corner. And what I mean by double is there's 2 arches. 2 arches, and then 3. Right, where they turn and make that overlap. And that actually looks, I dare say, a little better. So I'm gonna go back and fix this. Oh, don't. Come on, man. Get up there. Hands up if you think I'm the only one. So yeah, that one would go right. This one would come left. Can I please grab that node? Yep, that's what we're doing. As long as we can find the right node, that's seems to be the challenge here. Okay, you've just decided to jump up that. I did not hit jump. It just went. Thankfully, I caught this now. There we go. All right. Now we're back on to doing the triples. This will be a triple. This will be the double. Double and triple. It would be nice if we had, you know, actual roof tile dome pieces or copper dome pieces, you know, like getting to some pretty fancy architecture, but that would be pretty cool. I am excited to see how building pieces get expanded in the future. I don't think we're going to see a lot of it early on. And it would be cool if down the road, probably as a revenue generator, they add building content packs. As much as I don't love DLCs, like, it's the reality of game development, right? You're going to have expansions or something to help continue to fund the game, especially an MMO where server costs are what they are. Oh yeah, it's dungeon night tonight. Which will be my first time, hopefully, running with the Ophidian Sovereignty in dungeons. I feel like that is not placed properly. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Because identifying where that's supposed to go off of there is just crazy. Wait. No, that just doesn't exist. That just shouldn't have existed. Whatever that was in that corner. Because I'm leaving that gap. Oh, here's a question. Do we actually leave that gap? So I'd have to straighten this out and then build that up through there. Those kind of cross perfectly. It may not be perfectly. No, it's not quite perfectly. But we kind of double up like that. Oh, did I just invent another task to do? I honestly don't know how much that's going to add to the whole thing. I may come back and do that at a later date, and I will regret that immensely. The main reason I would regret that is because if I fill in the bottom with all these crossed beams, it's going to be really hard to place those beams, those 56 degree beams in the corners. It's already, well, it's not quite the corners. All right, I've convinced myself that actually I should do it now. Sometimes you got to be sensible, right? But here is, yeah, this, for instance, Come on. I had the magic pixel, and then I moved. So there, and then it's off of that beam. We get that. Why does that look so off to me? Oh, I think really it's, it ends up becoming, there we go. Words are hard. Come on. Just like the intense concentration needed to place these sometimes. I don't remember what I was going to say. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Turns out I do. When I snap to the end of that, I have to translate it down 1 point. I don't know which one's already placed. Okay, take one. Yeah, what did I just... No, that was right. Okay. So snap to the right beam. That's translated down. Snap to the left beam, translate down. Oh, those overlap perfectly. Did I place them wrong? That becomes a question that I'd like to answer. Because what might have happened is I might have snapped. Yeah, I think I snapped to the wrong thing. However, this is really hard to see. I need a ledge around this whole building. Oh geez, or just fall. Lose half your hit points. Problem is, I don't have the beams to spare on roof pieces. Because that also takes fine beams. Get out from under there. All right. Well, I can preserve beams by putting these in properly. So you can see these two are different points. There's a little bit of a wiggle, and that is perfect, actually. That is what should happen. And then those close that up nicely. And then I knock out those 56-degree beams. All right, same deal here. Down one, knock out the 56-degree beams. Yeah, that does tie it together nicely. Just this one, I was having a hard time catching the node for the 56-degree beam. And they seemingly were snapping to the same point. So there's multiple points in there. There's the end of this guy, there's the end of that guy, there's the top of that, there is those beams. Those two beams should be on the same spot. So I think that works, but that underside one looks off to me. Oh, probably because I'm not supposed to put that one. I'm supposed to do this one. Huh. What? No. No, what am I even on about? I think I'm just choosing the wrong nodes entirely. It's not that complicated. It's that. I was confusing myself. I was trying to do just 100% the wrong the wrong points there. Translate that down, knock out those. It's remarkably easy when you're not confused. All right, for anyone that doesn't like heights and things, you know, I feel bad, but this is really the only way to get it done. We'll do more terrestrial things later. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, I didn't even place them in the right direction, but we'll use the ends of them to place. Maybe. Okay. Just fucking it up. That's all. Reset. Go back to here. Try and point them in the right direction this time. There we go. It is interesting how you learn to manipulate the nodes in this game as you become a more seasoned builder. I'm certainly not the most seasoned builder out there, but I've learned some tricks, I guess you could say. There we go. Looks good. Move on to the next. I have hopefully enough beams to see this done. At least this little edit. Oh gosh, I didn't even want you to jump up there, sir. But I appreciate your efforts. Just stay right down there. Geez. Well, that was a lot. All right, did I or did I not have some extra beams over here? No. I might have had some up top. I'm just trying to think of falling less. 8 beams and 9 shingles for an eave. That would eat up all the beams. I think we just suffer through. I think it was over here I had a few beams left. Yeah, let's grab those. So much for my staging area. It's empty now. It was full. It is now empty. I built a lot of that. Oh, come on. What am I not doing? Other than, you know, giving myself a clear path that doesn't involve crazy-ass parkour. There we go. Holding shift and jumping can help. Oh, shit. I regret my decisions. I regret all my decisions right now. I gotta build a giant fuck-off tower. Don't have any space around the outside or materials to build a safe way of building up there. Like, what's wrong with my decision-making capabilities? I'm getting the roofing materials, okay? I'm not even sure I can put these on from up there very effectively. I've already done around there, right? No, I've done around the other side. So at least we'll get some of them up. Okay, I just need eaves. And then I need it to be able to see everything. Hopefully this will provide enough of... Who put this hole here? Enough of a safety net. Yeah, I was kind of playing around with that stuff there. Alright, I think that's fine. I just want to see around to the other side a bit more. There we go. There we go. Let's get up there again. Just throw those in there. Although I think there's something back there. Let's put all that together. So there's only one chest of stuff. Again, if I don't hold shift, he doesn't climb. Like, he's not grabbing that edge. Unless I shift and jump. Oh, and now I'm wrong. Now I'm just wrong. I used to have stairs that went all the way up there. I think. So why don't I just put them back in and stop this nonsense? They called it reality, apparently. It is snapping to like every end there. There, just do that. Now I can walk out there and then jump across there a lot easier. Right. It's those two beams there and then here. Jeez, I just scared the crap out of myself. I thought I was going to fall all the way down there again. Feel like a total idiot. This sucks. Whose idea was this? I demand answers. All for these little details, right? Is this the definition of insanity? Okay. We're getting it done. Okay. There we go. Turn it the right direction. Peek through there. I dig this tune. This is Title Fight, I think. Band called Title Fight. Yeah, and they unfortunately don't make music anymore as a band. I don't think, which is too bad. So I really dig them. Also, noticing a distinct difference here, but maybe that'll all get sorted out later. Oh, also right here. Why aren't those in there? Looks like I missed a little bit on there. Okay, fine. Moving on. What? What? There it was. There it was. Oh, reaching underneath there. Maybe not. Yeah, okay. We just had to go to the other side. It's fine. This does look a little far back. No, it's fine. Yeah, that closes those corners in better. These become a bit of an issue though, because next to the building gets pretty cramped with all the nodes. Maybe we'll get lucky. We got lucky. There's no problem at all. Same thing over here. Also, I just realized my stream preview is playing at high bit rate and it doesn't need to. That one. I had it. Had it. Thought I had it. There we go. And we're, oh my god, it's done. That task is done anyways. This is our access hole, so it remains. Yeah. Good lord. Whoop. How are we doing? We don't have many beams left here anyways, so we can do, well, we'll do some wood cutting, I guess. I've already done so much today that I'm not fully looking forward to that. But what do you do? Well, one thing I could do is I could go utilize the clan supplies area. I don't really like to do that unless I'm immediately exchanging something, like dropping something off and picking something up, because then I feel like I'm contributing as opposed to just being a drain. So let me come back here for a second. Do I have any sapwood I can take over? I think I might have taken it all. I have that much. Okay, well, let's take that and throw it into the charcoal kilns. Have a little drink on our way. Whoops. Trying to manage Windows while running. There we go. Mind you, I did just drop off a bunch of bronze stuff. The equivalent of a bunch of stacks of bronze, so I guess that was my contribution for this run. Well, and this sapwood. I'm acutely aware of the time it takes to cut down a full inventory of heartwood and then make the beams. So I just like to reciprocate in kind with a similar level of effort. Now sapwood is kind of, you know, it's a lot easier to cut down than, like I filled this entire side of the charcoal thing with sapwood, and that's all done burning. And then what I would do, just trying to find a place for a bit of this extra sapwood. There we go. I would go cut wood over here, over in this forest over there, and then bring back some heartwood, you know, kind of drop it off and then go from there. But if I just grab, actually, maybe just beams right now, because processing that heartwood would take a few minutes too, so just grab and go. Now leaving the Demon Forge. You're gonna have to talk to someone. We need more steps over here. Just to make that transition through there a little smoother. I mean, I could probably just do it. I don't think anyone would really mind. Yeah, that's coming along. That's coming along. Let's see how long this lasts us. We are on to the final and most resource-intensive stretch of doing this. Right, all this is done all the way around. Nothing standing out as being off or wrong. That obviously is our entrance. So, Now, how do I... Yeah, get down here without killing myself or falling off. Just having a look here at this corner. There's something off about the pattern in there. And there's something off about the pattern in there. Trying to figure out what that is a bit of a puzzle though. I think I might have found it though. No, that's a triple. That's a double. Right? There should be a beam right there. I think I wasn't putting those in because before this section was made, it was a little off. So I'm doing triples everywhere on this level, if that is the case. You see this here, that seems off. I think that solved that issue. And then, yeah, triples all the way around. That's pretty straightforward. Right, that's pretty straightforward. So I can just, as long as I can select the nodes, this is why having this, I think, is going to be beneficial. Because I can just walk along this. Yeah. Didn't we already listen to this song? What's going on with my randomizer thing? It's not intelligent. It's just literally random, and the playlist isn't that big, so... This is going to go faster than I thought it would, provided materials last. That's always the tricky part. Putting in these eaves is actually a bit of a power play. And I got to remember to snap it to the beam underneath, because it's just easier. Oh, that's a little too close to the edge there, buddy. I may actually regret some of these in the future. Okay, let me humor me. Let me humor me. Please humor me. As I take those out. And... I mean, that's a little cleaner, but... I feel like this one sticking out so far is, you know, it's putting me off a little bit. But why? Oh, because this is the very corner. So I don't think I needed to remove these. Yeah, it would be those two now that would put me off. So I think for it to be cleanest, it would be like that. But I would rather, I think, add it all now and come back and fix it later. And keep, rather than like editing part way as I'm kind of doing, but at least that gave me an option for later. Because I don't think that's, you know, so horrible it's gonna matter. Back and forth, don't fall. Duplicate build, thank you for telling me. Not allowing me to place a piece underneath. We're down to 70 beams, so we're basically about to run out. Yeah. I'm going to come back over here. Because we're only going to get a couple more, but at least we're complete up to that point. Yeah. Let's take a little look-see. So that is more or less what the finished dome would look like. It's not as dense as I thought it would be, if I'm completely honest. I would have to go back and create halfway nodes, and it would basically be a rebuild in a way. Maybe not entirely, but trying to work when it's so densely packed like that is a challenge. For sure. All right, we need more beams again. And I mean, Ona has been making so many, and they are there to be used. So we'll go grab another load from the clan area. I'm going to have to spend some time making more beams to get back. Hope you're all having a swell day. Golly gee whiz. And I appreciate you guys lurking. One thing I almost regret not doing in a way is just using some of the residential area and planning out a mock-up roof and experimenting with more ideas for that dome. Because I just kind of started building and figuring it out as I went. and don't get me wrong, I'm not unhappy with it. I just feel like, could I have done something a little grander? Because it's almost simple in a way. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of stuff. It's taken some figuring out. But yeah. Could do more. Could always do more. Right. This is where I need to be. So much running. This is the path I usually take through here, and then I end up running right into that. Because I like to be able to take my hands off the keyboard, use auto run occasionally, like right now. Just let him go straight, take a drink, that kind of thing. So straight paths are prioritized. Yeah, I really want to get to building this entranceway. I think that'll really tie things together. That's my hope anyways. All right, back up we go. Oh, yeah. Nice work. Nice work, dude. There, get up there. All the way. There we go. Okay, now, yeah, that was almost a disaster. So I'm going to run out of roof here. I didn't even realize I was at the end of that roof when I was around here. Cool. Well, I do have an inventory full of beams. Let's put some of them here, and then we'll go grab some shingles. I think I'm going to need more shingles than that. So let's place what we can from here. Such concentration, much wow. All right, let's get some shingles. See if I can make that happen. Up onto that, over there, up that roof. Onto there. Look at that. Didn't fall for a change. And I want to snap to the wall, I think, as opposed to the beam. This is a problem because we're right shoulder offset. I should have come around the other way. Can I get up there? Jump, jump, jump. Yep. Okay. Oh my god, I just about lost it. The wall, please. There we go. You know what? Let's go from the center then. Seated me. Just enough blot space for this. Okay. So, I guess the one addition I would make to these corners is, yeah, this piece. Probably put them corners in just to tie those pieces together. I don't think I'm going to worry about it at this exact moment. I'm going to put those shingles back. No, don't need planks. We'll take the rest of those beams. And we're back to work. I didn't think I would get this done. But it's really close now, at least with this, you know, this design. This band playing right now is called Pup. They're a Canadian. I think they're generally lumped in as punk, but they're something. I missed the opportunity to see them like 2 summers ago in Halifax, which is unfortunate. Because I feel like they'd be a good show. Can't believe it. Can't frickin' believe it. I mean, it helps that I just went and picked up beams, right? But that's it all the way around, with the exception of the hole there. And, yeah, for some reason, I expected it to be denser. Oh god, am I really considering making it denser? I kind of am. Kind of am. Alright, where's... I gotta do a tech demo of that. Alright, we go with a 56-degree short beam. We snap it to the ends, turn it perpendicular. Grab one of these, snap to the middle. Or, wait a minute. Maybe... that is turned perpendicular. So from that point, I would need like a beam stretched all the way across. And that beam would be the snap points. No? Why are the snap points different? I have no way of... It was that beam. Never mind. I was going to say I have no way of figuring out which beam was the culprit. Okay, try this again. I'm going to go from the center out here. I feel like that spacing is not quite right. Yeah, you can see it's closer to the right. So what if we do both that way? Something like that. That should be a whole jumble of attachment points now. No, it's mostly just the center. All right, one thing at a time then is what I'm learning, because that fighting will annoy me. Maybe a 45 is the way to go here. Actually, that looks like it'll be dead on. Yeah, it's dead on. This is a learning experience. Why won't you? Okay. Gotta overlap those, apparently, for stability reasons. Yeah, those nodes are kind of funky. That is facing the wrong direction. How are those exactly the same on a 34? It really is the 56s that do the job. Okay, turn that horizontal, going from the middle there. And then if I can find a node like that, is just offset from that a little bit. But like one on either side, it tightens it up a lot. But that ends up being in the same spot, so it's really just that. I alt-tabbed somehow. I need to find midway nodes here. This is what I'm trying to do, is find midway nodes. And so there is a little like tech demo thing right over there. Let's just jump off the roof and go look at it again. Because this manages to get stuff like tight. Yeah, see? Okay, so it's like subsequent placement of 56-degree beams. And this is showing, yeah, you attach the midpoint, you attach the end, you attach the base. base, midpoint, end, and they all shrink down. So if I wanted to make this completely enclosed, I could have done that. I don't have the beams to... I don't know. The dome just might live as it is right now for the moment. Because thinking about doing that, because I'd leave the lattice work on it. Please. You know, I'm just gonna grab those. Give me those ladders. There. Is that still red? That's still red. You son of a gun. I don't get it. And you're elevated. Okay. All right, that just transferred stability through there. So I can just walk up there now. You're probably attached in there, so let's pull this back. Try and make this more user-friendly. Oh, what a thing. What a thing to be considering right now. This idea I have. Going back to the 56 degree. So I would need one there, and then I'd need one there. And so on and so forth. In order to put that one next to it. And put that one next to it. Put that one next to it. Put that one next to it. And then it just ends up looking like a jumbled bunch of shit, frankly. I thought the lattice work would show through the top better. You know, those crossways beams, I thought they would show better, but they really don't. So maybe we don't mess with it. Maybe we don't mess with it. We just consider that done. Let's take a little trip over here. It's a thing. Honestly, it's like I'm looking at it and I'm not super happy. It looks lumpy as shit. Like, you know, compared to Dalcon's little Dalcon, I don't know how to say his name. His little domes here, which are so clean, right? Slowing down the camera. Also, I do think those corners are a little messy. Around the bottom edge. Oh shoot, I almost binned it. Come on, get up there. Okay, maybe not. So it came down to taking those out, and that cleaned them up a lot. I'm just kind of like rubbing my forehead, trying to make my brain work, considering life's choices, wondering why I just didn't put a roof on it and call it a day. This is fine. Reclaiming some beams is a good idea. I'm just going to clean up those corners. So much. Because they look off right now. I mean, it's a cool V pattern, but compared to everything else, it's a little off. It's a little off. What else could I do to really make it stand out? I could light it from underneath. I did a little bit with table lamps on the ends of those pillars, but I mean, I could go do more, like extra. Try and have more lighting at each step up. I don't know, maybe it's one of those things where sometimes it happens, like, I mean, especially when you play a game this much, you'll be thinking about it in your sleep, or, I mean, I do that when I'm solving problems anyways, so they'll be worked on in my sleep, and yeah, I do find myself, like, almost building in my sleep. I feel like something's a little weird here. Shit. Thanks, game. I've cleaned that one up. This beam needs to come out of there. I think that beam needs to come out of there. That might be it. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Ad break ends in 30 seconds. Stupid ad breaks. Nothing like a little Baltimore City hardcore. Welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, I could close up that hole and move on. I think I'm going to put in these railings here. What? Why? Okay. That is mind-blowing. Huh. Huh. It can't, you won't just sit on top? Alright, I have a feeling I'll be able to stretch some stability over. Yeah, just like that. And then we get our 45-degree ornamental beam. We snap. We go Oh, do I need beams underneath? Yeah, I do. I need beams underneath. Otherwise, I don't have snap points. Yeah, and it just ties it together. Let me get our little lattice here. That's a little off. I'm missing one. Yeah, that's better. I mean, they're still not perfect, but it's good enough. Missing one there. Okay. Start at the post. All right, I'm gonna get some clay and limestone and fill in those floors. Kind of want to take all this out of here. Oh, I've got something in there. Oh, really? Or the same. Just enough inventory space for that. Roof shingles. I may need more, but you know what? I'm just going to put them away for now. It's clay and limestone for the floors. So, clay. And limestone. That's granite. I do that like every time I go looking for it. Planks I'll put away. Yeah. We'll keep them together. So as to not confuse anything. And back up we go. This is in part because I'm tired of falling through those holes, but we'll be able to clean up that whole thing. Let me out. Whoa. So we get these tiny, tiny little guys. And I'll be able to kind of sandwich that back here somewhere. The key is to not pop through the front. At least not... There's going to be some trim up there. I should have brought some mortar. Gosh darn it. I knew it. Oh well. It's fine. It's going to be fine. Fill in the bulk here. I can stand on that now. So where it pokes through, then we want to switch to smaller ones. And that's about as far back as that needs to go. So fill in like that, and then I can snap off the beam and come back along this way. Fill in along those edges. And then patch any holes. and none's the wiser. It's like it's a specifically built piece for that. Second verse, same as the first. That does poke through. That's unfortunate. Okay, it's fine. That's why we got these little guys. That might, again, it might poke through a tiny little bit. There we go. Now snap off the beam. Last one right in that corner. Kind of a weird one, but there we go. So I think, like, if I had braziers, for instance, I could put them up here and just have a, you know, a light feature in the corner. If I wanted to get fancy with it, which maybe I will because I got a lot of space, this would be an interesting place to have like a chimney come up and build some fireplaces farther down in the building. That's an option as well. Chimney would be ornamental, of course, but yeah, I could. It would mess with my quick access downwards, but it'd be cool to have a fireplace here going up, fireplace there going up. Pardon me. Interesting. Okay. I'm just, sorry, I had to look at some other window. Trying to find out what's happening in the world of Pax Dei today. This brings me to this, and I think I need more materials. First, is that really all I have left of lime mortar over here? You're kidding. No. No. This is supposed to be for sand. I put it in the wrong spot. That's what happened. This is the lime mortar. I was like, what? Where did it all go? No one has access to it, so it would literally have been used. No. User error. I need more materials, but I also want to spend some more materials on adding this trim around the building. Because I think it is a worthy use of materials. It'll just break up some of the, you know, that semi-blank vertical space. Yeah, please stay out of that hole. Getting around the other side is the problem. Because it's the water side. Let's just open these up. Yeah, trying to place up there becomes the issue. I have planks, I have stuff for floors, so let's go the right direction here. Big floor. Oh, that used up all the limestone. God, they're so expensive. Why? This is something that desperately needs balancing. It takes so much limestone for those. I don't know why I took that one down. I should have just left it. I'm going to get more limestone. How much limestone do we have? Enough for now. Pardon me. I mean, I don't really need to build more than that right now anyways. So we're up at that level, I believe. Is that correct? Yes. Oh, come on. You silly Willy. Get up there. Because we can't look straight up, you gotta go off in directions, right? So you can get that 80-degree tilt or whatever it is. And because we're looking over our right shoulder, it actually, yeah, it's a pain in the ass, frankly. A first-person mode or a translucent body just while building would be a major quality of life improvement. Let's just throw that one in there. Let's see what we can reach here. Now, that little area, I don't know if this piece is too long for that. Kind of is. But it'll go in there without really killing anything. Let's throw corner on there if we can reach that. Yep. And we can just get over there enough that we might be able to just get them in there. Like so. I need to be able to see that corner as clearly as possible to put this guy on there. I feel like we're going to have... Yeah, we're going to go with the pointy version. A little spike of that coming off of there. Versus, let's just test, versus that flat. I guess you could go double point. Double point. Does that look intentional or like overlap? I guess having both of them like that stops one face from being favored when I put the little spiky spike in there. The spiky spike being just one of these. Coming out. Yeah, actually that kind of works because there's 4 angles. So it is a clean point. I think clean point is the way to go. Now, how am I going to get around that side? What just happened? It just like kicked me off. Okie doke. Take a couple of those back. It's like I had a little bit of lag or something and it kind of kicked me off. Maybe we can do that. Just create enough to get around. Although I'm running out of limestone doing that. So reclaim some of that. Sure. We're so close. It's just it's so finicky. All right. Well, one down. I don't know which there. I think that direction. Yeah. Okay. Gosh, that's kind of annoying. Trying to get that in there. Well, we did it. It's the important thing. Trying to get as much space out there as possible. Because we're building outside the borders of the deed. I always want to call it a deed. The plot. We're almost there. Almost there. Honestly, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Okay. And then can I see that end to put that? Yes. Okay. Last trick is getting this corner piece in there. Just trying to get to the very edge of this so I can bloop, reach up there. So make it straight and then bring it back to, and that gives us the proper point. And then I feel like that point is probably the next hardest one. And then I think we're good otherwise. The other thing actually is I wanted to have this run around the base as well. So while I have this up, there we go. And I got to give it the same point treatment. At least it's not like, you know, ways above our head. So it's easy to work with. Now, that's actually good because I'll be able to do this down below when I'm working on those foundations later. Because I want to make the pillars of the arches go all the way down as they do over here. Like this here. I'm still not 100% sure of what I feel about that. What is going on here? Limestone? Oh, okay. I was dropping stuff at one point in time. And I didn't realize it. So there could be more stuff floating around. Could be inside the house. Oh, lovely. Lovely. I'm so glad I can see what's going on. I got it done. So close. There we go. It's so infuriating. It's not that bad, but like really it's an annoyance. Getting that corner on there though, that's going to be fun. Oh, I can see it. I can see it well enough. It's totally fine. Have I got the corners on there? Yeah, I got the corners on all the way around. Alright, that wasn't so bad. This is kind of bad, but... Duplicate build, okay. I think I did it. Wow, okay. We got it. Let's go around the other side. At least this stuff's relatively cheap. And, I mean, I'll bring it around the corner, but I'm going to stop it there because we're going to be tearing out this entryway. Yeah, making a custom staircase. This entrance will be moved. I might just do that right now. I don't really have space for it. Okay. Don't have space to demolish things. I got those corner details to put on up there. What is straight? I can't even tell. That, and then I gotta come back to, yeah. And then I just slap it down, come back to mouse scrolls, and it's good. Yeah, so those corners got to go in. Where was the last one I did? Around there. Okay, so let's do one we can see. And then bring it over here, over 2. That's a much easier way of going about it. There we go. I feel like this will kind of bring it all together in a way. Make it look a little more finished, define where the actual floors are. Because that's the way the interior is laid out. Why? That doesn't want to build there, but why? No, I was going to say, is it a false indication? But no, it doesn't think it has stability or something. What the heck? What the... Wait, now it's fine? What was I snapping to? Don't question it. Don't make eye contact. Just move along. Just move along. Get this corner detail in. And I think that completes that trim. Yeah, it gives it a little bit more of a completed look. So I wanted to pull that out. This is a mess. Yes, yes it is. Does that give us materials to then make stairs with? I mean, these stairs. I need some granite. Let's just get that into our inventory. I feel like that's enough clay for whatever I need to do. We got the granite. Mortar. Might end up needing more mortar than that. But for now, it's okay. So, granite stairs. I guess I can snap off of this. This, I think, needs to be granite. And then we just start snapping things to that. All right, maybe we go with a little bigger foundation than that. We'll go with the medium. All right, that becomes the new entrance. And this comes out. Don't really have room for a whole lot of extra stacks of stuff. So let's just leave that stuff in behind that. This can be a gneiss foundation. And then we're going to raise up to something like that. A little platform. And then that's going to have some stairs going up to it. I want to do custom stairs, and I'm thinking of using these parts again. If I can find a nice way to do it. I think that actually would need to be over a little bit, but not that far. So this is going to be a little strange maybe, but I'm going to see this idea out. I think we come with the... Oh, those don't match? Oh, geez. Oh, I think I need to go study a staircase. Or something. I mean, I could have it just have that kind of a thing going on. This is going to be not the same over there. I'd have to create a node right in the middle, actually, of here. Yeah, I should have built from the center out. And then I need to put beams in 56 degree, our trusty beam. I need to pull that back though. Okay, we need to do a whole lot of things here. Because I want it to be in the right spot. So... right? That would kind of be how that would go. This, I'm seeing a bit of an issue. One, I'm out of lime mortar. But two... How does that not meet up? I think there was a placement error in there somewhere. Also, that's mega steep. It's maybe mega steep. Might be better off going with the other pieces. I think we're going to take a little trip over to the Demon Forge, because the inspiration for this staircase is that. Because, yeah, I think that's too steep. And that would need some changing as well. Like if I snap off of you or off the base. It's not facing the right direction. Let's just keep playing with it, see if we go blind. Too steep. Far too steep. Very jarring. Far too steep. Okay. The Demon Forge over here has a nice staircase that I want to kind of emulate, but make my own at the same time. So that's where we're headed. Could be on the lookout for other staircases, but yeah, it's really just this one. So yeah, it's just a flat staircase. It's, there are some overlapping pieces there. There's like 3 pieces to make that up. So that's really, yeah, it's really just these guys. I like that angle. It's unfortunately like unless you use... Oh, hey, this is kind of what I was going for in a way. Oh, those blend together nicely. So if we go with one of these guys into that, just snaps right to the end nicely. But then combine it somehow with the 56-degree trick. Now, one thing you can do, of course, is use them on the backside there. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to do that back behind here. And then I can't really... Yeah, I have to have more node points. I mean, there's this, but that's not... No, that's not right. So you grab a 56-degree beam, you put it on there, I'm assuming. And then you put that down like that. Now, they've gone deeper. They've gone deeper with their steps, but I'm not sure I need to. Yeah, they've gone like that deep. So then it becomes a bit of a bit of a game of moving the nodes, right? That's what I'm thinking. How are those off to the side? Oh, because that is off to the side. Okay, but that's basically what they've done. Let's clean up our mess and go put this where it belongs. So much building. So much building. I mean, I guess that dome's cool. Kind of losing my mind looking at it. I don't know what I think of it anymore. Would it be better just to put a roof on it? I don't know. I wish I had to put a roof on it first, taken screenshots, and then built the dome. Because now that the dome's up, I certainly don't want to take it down. All right. Peeling this stuff back. Oh, geez, yeah. One moment. Try and drop off a couple of stacks of things here. Maybe I should grab a box, bring it up there. Just put it down over there. Pick up this extra stuff. Drop some of that. There we go. Okay. So first things first, I'm going to need some node points to attach to. So let's go to there. And then we'll start snapping off of here. Oh, I kind of wish... Having thoughts about that. Okay, that's how you center that stuff. Because then this guy can snap to that. And that's kind of where the first step is going to be. Now, it might have to come out some, but this is about building. This is about figuring out how to build this. And I want to know how they filled in behind these steps. Because those are very interesting pieces in that they... They kind of have a corner snap point. So there's no way to actually change the corner that it snaps to. Okay, next trick then, throw in there we go, we got that in there. Feel like I should have done that off of here. Whoops. Didn't find much spread. I find much what? Must be maybe talking to someone on Discord. I don't know. Okay, let's try that so that this snaps to the corner. Right? Something like that. And then the question becomes, how to kind of fill in that gap there. It's not the worst gap ever. But it could be problematic. I feel like that's doing the job, though. Now, is it as easy as grabbing another node point here and just moving it downwards? No, it's not. That would be too easy. What about coming off the end here? Then grabbing this piece. That kind of did it. Right? And then you take the short piece off the end there, off the end there. Okay. Okay, we're onto something. Fills in that gap. That fills in there. Whoops. Then I think that can come out, or, well, I mean, I can leave it just to demonstrate. And then that one would go in there to do the same thing there. Right? Because that'll go like that. Let's see. I'll help if I can, but I'm kind of doing our thing here. Okay, so again, come back in here, swing that around, grab this, find the node, flip that, sink that down. That's pretty clean. It's just a repeating, you know, repeating thingamabob. Oh, clearing at a base. Oh, interesting. All right. We'll put that on pause because they have found a place that is being cleared out. I guess some stuff collapsed or something. So let's just put this away. It's a nice opportunity for a break from all this nonsense, right? These go over here. You know what? Why don't I just drop off tools I'm not going to need? Drop those off. And let's go check this out. Let's see what they're finding. I love a good loot opportunity. Maybe I'll get on their Discord. Who's there? Yeah, we're okay. Interesting. So it looks like all that stuff over there. Huh. Oh yeah, looks like some things are collapsing. Alright, we got enough. We can swim. Ugh. It's not a deed, it's a plot. Because we can always use building materials. We know that. And I'll just grab whatever for the clan. Yeah, all this is slated for... It's gonna fall. Is it all this over here? Yeah, none of this has a plot. Wow. Okay. Let's start snooping around, I guess. I mean, large barrels themselves are useful. I just feel like just grabbing one is not a worthwhile use of whatever. But like everything is... Yeah, everything is public. So let's go into here. What do we got? Anything? This is all just empty. Iron skinning knives, that's a no, that's a no. Iron chopping axes, iron picks, that's a no. Silver arrowheads. They keep saying they need flax. Rose hips. I don't feel like I need to get rose hips. Copper ore. Stone. Huh. Oh, he's taking stuff down all willy-nilly. It's gonna collapse, man. Interesting. Maybe that's the point? Whoops. Planks. Maybe we could take a bunch of griffin chests, but this is... That's lead. Thought it was silver ore for a minute. Those are... I mean, I'll take an armorer's tool. So that I can make an armorer's bench. Those are pilgrim sabatons. Which... I mean, I can't use them. What do we have? Armorer tools, again. I guess they were probably leveling off of that. This is what a... Yeah, this looks like. Wrought iron broadswords. Those are 3. Those are... Is that what the other ones were? Yeah, I think it was. All right, let's take a couple broadswords. I mean, take the arrows. Take a bow. Pretty sure I have a bow over here, but you never know. Iron skinning knives, not useful for me. Why they kept worn out tools, don't know. Iron. Pilgrim's van braces 2. I mean, I could use those. Wrought iron chopping axes, worth taking. Wrought iron skinning knives. More of them, just a lot of stuff they were scaling on, I think. Wrought iron broadswords. Yeah, not a whole lot here. By way of, you know, I think it's been cleaned out of valuables. Stone planter with freeze. That's a lot of them. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff that people have skilled on. And it's a mess. 30 reinforced chests, huh? Having some different chests would be nice. You know, I'm just going to dump those in there for now because I'm moving crap around. haven't even looked around the rest of this area. Oh, that's barely on someone's plot. Okay. One moment, please. Love getting ads to my phone from my phone provider. Yeah, they're going after all the chests. Look at this. That's really cool. Wow. You know what? I could use some more table lamps. Oh, this is on a plot. I think someone's dropping plot to, huh. Dick move. Well, so much for that. Let's take wet table lamps we can get. It's likely that the people, yeah, that drop plots, they're not even going to talk to us. Because they know what they did was a dick move. I don't know if that's going to get anywhere, but... Well, we can get some beams. It's all worthwhile. We got some beams. I don't care about that. We'll just drop those. Drama. We love some drama. Can we take the building down? Enjoy the mess. I didn't even realize it went up that high. So my inventory wants to fill with all that junk, which is fun. Who is that? Well, what is it? What? Unplotted. Anyways, that just became a frenzy of craziness. Are these fine? No, these are all wooden beams. Climbing ivy. Oh, we could take a griffin chest. These look to be... I don't know if I even give a shit about this stuff, like, really. Just a bunch of clay and stone around now. I mean, someone could in theory use these, but... this is kind of what you do, is just make their life miserable. Because they've got to now deal with all of this in the short term. Oh, turns out I was into that chest. Interesting. Do I even give, like, I don't really care about a lot of this stuff, right? So... well... Miss Dragon, how's it going? Well, so I guess some clan mates had picked up plot because they weren't playing or something, and they were letting us come over to clean it out, and then someone dropped plot on it, this Wind Veins person, so that we couldn't pick up the stuff. So I just started taking what I could, tearing the building down. It was interesting. I'm going to hop into our Discord for a second. So that's an interesting development. No.
But I did report them because I was about to drop plots because we were just talking about keeping the building.
Yeah, I kind of I knocked some supports out, and that kind of created this mess. So I regret doing that.
No,
But
it's okay.
yeah. I mean,
No, I mean,
really, it's not like there's a wealth of steel or minerals or anything here. That's, you know.
No.
So
It's not even made out of granite. It was a shitty ass building.
Yeah.
The main thing is the only thing that was left was some like pre-made, like some basic wrought iron gear that they had crafted. But
Yeah.
I still submitted reports because basically what they did is
I don't know. I don't know who they are. Who's this? Is that the Wind Veins person?
They're not going to do anything about it, but
were they part of a clan or are they just alts?
Nope. They are literally brand new generic. They're not even like customized people. They're like generic people that you create, hit the randomizer, and just join in. And the fact that they were made and spawned in here means that I have some ideas of who they are, but the fact that they're not even talking.
Oh, the back wall. You can take out the back wall and we could collapse this building on their heads.
Yeah. Let's take everything out. The more we can collapse, the better.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's fucking with you, what can you do? You can fuck with them back. That's about it.
I swear these people, like, another alt, I swear I bought stuff. I swear he's, like, not even from it. Like, you laid or down or something?
No, interesting.
And it could be an alt that was just good, or it could just, you know.
Anyway.
Yep, I just made a mess that they can enjoy. Oh, there's the last pillar. Yeah, Wind Veins, this guy.
It's not an alt in the clan.
Not in our clan, no.
No.
It's like somebody made a generalized character, didn't even try messing with any of the presets. Just hit a randomize button and created a character.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all it is.
I jumped on like, what the hell is going on?
All right, well that's about all we can do here.
The best part is like the plot will be traced back to their account, so if they do something about it, it'll be easy. But I mean, if you want to pay for a plot to get basic materials, by all means. What they're doing is removing them from the Leah's Griffin chest because like Leah could come in here and still take stuff out. But there was nothing really in there. There was just some basic common like wrought iron gear.
Yeah, which isn't no big deal. But still, wrought iron's good to have. But yeah, I was sort of watching the stream. A lot of it's just common. So
yeah. It wasn't even anything that bad. It's just the idea behind just someone. Like,
yeah, no doubt it's a dick move. Yeah, they can have the stone planters with freeze, you know?
We have plenty of those. I'd got sconces, though. You could.
Yeah, I took some of the sconces. I was working on more, but I mean, I'm sure at least one person in our clan can make them.
Oh, yeah, and there's plenty of people in the clan that can do it, but just sometimes it's just more of a materials to make them as well.
Well, I got some table lamps and some wrought iron axes, some skinning knives, like nothing major, but something.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to tell you to grab the forges on the furnaces on the top. Is what I was trying to tell you to grab because I grabbed like 6 or 8 of them before.
Oh, yeah.
I grabbed 6 because there's 6 left up here.
Yeah.
Tartarus, he's in our... No, he's not in our clan.
Who?
Oh, the guy, so... Surtees was just standing on the guy's chest that was floating. And so...
Oh, yeah. The Tartarus one.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do with the rest of the... Yeah, what I'm going to do with the stuff from the rest of this town, because the whole town's red right now. It's my old clan.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. We were in this clan up until we joined the Ophidian Sovereignty, but they all quit. And so I might just message them, because they're all in their Discord right now, but they're just doing other stuff. I might just ask them to let me open in the chests for the rest of the town and just take what I want before this shit happens again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm patching right now. I'm logging on, but I was just going to swing by because it's not too far from the main city.
Don't know if I have the stamina to swim across that. Well, that was fun. Yeah. I guess. Oh, this is interesting.
Until when it was red.
So the thing is like the plots weren't red. So the guy who owned it, who was in my old clan,
I guess I'm going around the long way.
He logged in because I told him, I was like, hey, your plots are red in case.
Let me make sure I'm not blowing out your ears with Discord. No, that's okay.
He goes, I'm going to pick up the plots here in about 30 seconds, and whatever you want, you can have. And so I logged in as he was picking them up, and I went through here picking stuff up. But the thing is I think these guys were on different characters because there was some stuff missing that.
Well, their problem is going to be that they were creating alts because they didn't have much storage, so they probably don't even have homes near this, and so all they're doing is creating alts, fill up in storage, and then moving to the next 10 and fill up that storage, and then continue. So
I'm out of coffee, but yum. I'm
sure Tad's going to hear about it.
Yep.
What, this? Yeah, I mean, I wanted the location. Mm-hmm. That's what I really wanted.
I'm trying to see overall where it is from our place.
From the main town for Ophidian?
Yeah.
So this is right next to the Petra.
Okay. I know where it's at then. Okay.
So literally when you spawn into the Petra, it's to your right. It's south of the Petra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad. We could have planned that out a little better, but I mean, I don't know. It was just like there's a bunch of free stuff. Come get it. So I don't know. I got a full inventory. I'm not, I got some armor tools that I didn't have before because I haven't done any armor smithing. So if I can just build an armor smithing bench right off the bat, that's great. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a little more of that roofing across there, I think. Oh, yeah, I was working on this. Of course. All right, let's put away the spoils, such as they are. That's the wrong bin.
Did you bring your stuff over to this house from somewhere?
That's sand. Somehow I still have some clay.
I'm convinced it's Angelo and one of his buddies. Which is the old...
Put that away. That away.
But why?
I apparently brought some coarse leather bands.
Like to do shit just to
if they were really trying to fuck with people, they'd probably be chirping.
To be honest, I never would have got that just from...
No, they're all in the other Discord. I popped in and yeah. I don't know. It's fine. It's whatever. There was
yeah. Where am I going? Over here. It's where we put resin. There's some
if anything, good luck
not so useful planks.
Now. He destroyed the fuck out of it.
Yeah. Building pieces, they go up here. Decorative things. Yeah, there's some more stone planters. I didn't really want to bring those, but whatever. And then some extra tools.
Yeah.
It looks so nice.
So there we go. We got all the...
Guess I'll take my sow thistle out.
Never going to need another wrought iron chopping axe. And we get a couple of wrought iron broadswords just because. Now we can go hunting as well. Maybe I grab the rest of my stuff out of here.
I wish it'd fix that glitch where everything just floats.
Yeah, that's silly that it happens.
I mean,
there we go.
It's trash. Nobody can get to it.
Honestly, I'm happy I got 13 table lamps out of that. All right, I think yeah, I mean, I can carry on here.
I still can't imagine if he built all this one piece at a time.
I'm going to mute Discord again there. There we go. Let's take that. We're going to need a bunch of that. Turn it into sand, yeah. There we go. So the one thing looking at this is like, I may have to move all of it back. Because really when it comes to this, how do you... It's basically got to blend into that, into this for it to be useful, I think. Anyways, let's snap that off of there. That comes down like that. We do the same thing over here. And that goes there. And so on and so forth. We just kind of repeat. Now, I'm going to be burying these, so maybe we take those out now. I understand how to do it. I don't need to leave myself breadcrumbs, so to speak. Do need to extend this one up, though. Just do that. So that's kind of how that would go. And, the other thing I'm thinking, like, there's a little gap under there. It's not that big a deal. But do I come in then with some posts? I'm on the wrong tab. That's why I can't see them. Where are they? There. Right? If I had them in there. But I feel like I got to go up one more. So hold that thought. That can come out now. That can come out. I'm in the way. So, I mean, I could carry this on and do the whole thing in the marble and take those out entirely. That's one option. I'm running. Right, because that's going to pop up above there. Kills me. I'm running. There's a little gap under there that I need to fill up. I don't know if I'm fully on board with this, if I'm honest. Having this behind it is weird to me. So I think I'd have to fully, well, yeah, I'd have to pave over it with these things, which is a lot. It's a lot of that. I think the width of it is fine. If I was going to do anything, if I could get half a node extra, but I can't. So don't worry about it. So don't worry about that. Just ignore that possible reality. There we go. Now, and then I think I just carry on. We go up another node and we flatten it out. Yeah, this is what they did over in the other spot. And then where is this? My gosh. Is that? No, because it's, yeah, okay, so this is the weird thing about these. So filling in that area, let's peel that back for a second. Is there an easier way to fill that in with these guys, for instance? Yeah, that's a lot easier than screwing around with those. Right? I can take that out. Just take those out entirely. And then this stuff would carry on back to that foundation. They can kind of disappear into that foundation. That's fine. Right. I don't know how I feel about that being striated like that. I almost wish I could move the whole thing in And that might have been what they did. All right, we're going to go have a look at that other staircase again, because yeah, I feel like I could do better. Has anyone ever made a staircase like this? You know, fully from just pieces? Or do you guys use steps that are built in game and just call it a day? Where is that? It's right over here. Yeah, so, okay, so they do move it inward, but then it's got these pillars next to it, right? If I wanted to do decking, like a patio, I don't know, what would you call this? It's not quite a patio. Yeah. Like the porch. I don't know, I'm thinking of a porch. I mean, I could have just went straight forward like this and had it gone straight up, but... And I can see the little gap that isn't filled under there. Which is a really nitpicky detail for me to notice, but whatever. Yeah. $6:30. I need to eat something. And then there's dungeons tonight. And I don't know if I'll be streaming that. We'll see. I feel like if Tav is streaming PAX, then there's not much opportunity for me to get in there, right? So the idea here would be... to move this outwards. I'm just going to play around with this corner. Right, because that would be there. If I put down a fine beam there and there, then I can use this to snap out farther. Right? And that's... right, because that would run back... I mean, I could have it go right into there. That's not the worst thing ever. And then the next one would come back somewhat. Right? This would be too steep, maybe? No, that ends up doing the exact same thing. And that's too far, so I would have to get another beam in there. And... yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss. This here is a no. I don't feel like that vertical ribbed side was nice. I could cover that over entirely. I mean, truth be told, I don't need to be hiding fine beams under here. I could just be using the cheap beams. Gotta make sure I don't take down pieces behind of that. Right, like this as a central staircase thing is kind of nice. There we go. There was a patch note they fixed some stuff, right? Right, okay. Right, if we go all the way out to there. Now, first of all, I can reclaim that beam. Put that there. This guy... If I use its own nodes, that's a little far. So... instead, I need a beam. Put a beam in there. And then put that in there. Take out that beam. And then that becomes that corner. And again, this is just kind of, you know, demonstrating a concept and imagining what can then happen. That's unfortunate that that doesn't want to build there. It's a stability problem. It's not anything really big. It's not really a problem. Right, throw that in. And that goes back to there. So I would have, like, I'd have a tiny ass little porch. Because this would even go up one more. All right, let's pull that back out of there. Throw that in there. That comes down like that. And then same deal. That'd have a beam come out of there. Now, after I put some actual stability in there, that would all get pulled out. And then all that would remain of the center is one of those. Right? None of this would exist. It would turn back around there. And it's this giant staircase that goes up to a landing here. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. Let me grab some clay real quick. And limestone. I used to put granite on the bottom and limestone above it, but I changed that, and it's confused me ever since. Okay, so the idea I'm kind of playing with is using floors, which are up here. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to work it out. I think maybe snapping to that. Let's take the tiny ass little thing. And kind of make a corner with it. It actually works. No. No, no. What did I do here? I just turned the corner. Why is that got such a gap? How is that even... How did that even happen? It's 2 and it snapped off the front corner. 1, 2. Okay. And then I went 1 more. And then I went 1 more. Oh, I see. There is the tiniest little gap there, but I'm not sure you would notice that so much. Right, that becomes a problem. I think that shows through. No, it doesn't. Oh, but... So what if I just use a long one? Yeah, it just goes right into there. I don't know. I feel like I need to build this out to know what I think of it, which is, you know, it's a life choice. Wake me up. Can we have some larger squares, please? Right? And then that just connects in there. Something jumped there. Yeah. One of these is higher than the other, and I couldn't tell you why. Let's use the higher one. And then we'd fill in that. This, I mean, this would need some stability. So... Let me just grab the wooden half pillars. And we'll just drop them down. They kind of show through the side. Which is... Why? Why that's... Why not? Brain. Okay, it's just a matter of spinning it a different direction. And that should support all of that. If we then come back with you... I'd put in a solid granite foundation there. which I probably could just do. I mean, I don't have to take anything out of there right now. Oh god, stop. Stop breaking. There we go. Can we get a little guy? That makes no sense to me. Okay, but I could overlap them like that. Okay. I mean, it works. And then we don't have to do any nonsense there. I'd have to fill in all that stuff, but as a concept, proof of concept, it's not horrible. It's not horrible. It works. It's just like I had envisioned something grander, I guess. Oh, and also this is all a no, because this was meant to be twice as wide. This was meant to be out to there. This is okay. Yeah, the scale makes a little more sense now. And then there was meant to be an arch through here. I'm still not quite... No, I'm still not quite there. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't like that version of it anyways. So that's... right, this is the middle point. So it would be that wide. Of course that won't work. Trying to determine how to get all this in there properly. You know, coming up with this kind of an idea is great and all, but you have to have a way to reliably build it, right? So I kind of feel like I should put some of these in here, the short guys. Short kings, as they call them these days. And do this kind of in a modular way. Take out these long ones. Some of these might break if I take that guy out. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, reliably making this is the challenge. Where does that come out? I think it comes out right there, like right at the end of the trim. Yeah, it does, just below. So that's kind of how that works. It's not that long, though. It's sunken back in. One... It's like 2.5 of those pieces, which is not helpful. Okay. We can extend that out. And try and come up with, I don't know, brain power. Try and come up with some brain power so that I can actually get this done. I think when I started building this, though, I was confused about where the actual center of this is, right? So the actual center is there. So without destroying... hopefully not destroying the top. Let's try and center this in a way that makes sense. These I could take out safely. Oh, except for that, but... Okay, whatever. That's all supported by that thing right there. We're just going to use some beams to help plan. Actually, that's a good way I can measure this with some shorter beams. So that's like an extra 1.5. 1.5. Right? Now, what happens if I remove that? If I were to replace it, snapped off of that beam, it's perfect. So we snap off the end of this beam, and that's where that corner's going to be. Hello. And then we come in here. Sorry, that was saying hello to Discord. Someone came in Discord. So there would be some overlap there. So I think we got 2 there. 1, 2, and over there. Right? Okay. My box of crap is in the way. Okay. Okay, so putting down these pieces, we can do that. How did I... Oh, right. Okay, so I started building up this way. So I think I needed this fellow. All right, put in a bunch of those. And we can start snapping these. And then one more will fit. And then we're dealing with other issues. Yeah, other issues. Let's just say that. One issue here is going to be stability for this structure. If I leave it all hollow like this. I got a little bit of granite. We could grab a small granite foundation or a medium granite foundation even. So that, yep. That could be a little bit of structure underneath it all. It doesn't quite connect to this, which is unfortunate. That's kind of what I wanted. Oh, geez. Okay. What I wanted to do was try and use a larger floor piece. Right? To tie all that right into there. Right? Because that reaches that stability over. And then you come there. The second one. All right, progress. Progress is being made. You turn that corner. Long one off of that node, and then we take off that. Yeah. No. Why? Why did you just fall, bastard? I mean, I could just go in here. I couldn't really. I'd have to go from here. That, I think, would move some stability out to that. Yeah, like so. And then fill in the top. And then fill in the top. Yeah. Meanwhile, oh yeah, I forgot to put these around the back. Right? And then that's too long. So we got to switch to shorter pieces. And work our way out from there. What am I missing here? Oh yeah, it's just the backside things. This is where it becomes a little more complicated because I then have to start using those beams. I'm not sure these beams are necessary. I kind of want to take them out, but I'm afraid that all our stability will disappear. So I am going to put some of those in. And then I can do the same here. Just hide them in there. And then I should be able to pull them out from here. That'll confuse things a little less. This is a whole process. This is a whole ass process. Also, I'm realizing there's little gaps there. So I'd have to go in and lay down some filler. Which is, you know, like, at some point you just look at this and it's like, it's so nitpicky. Is it worth doing? Yeah, I'm missing one of these. Yeah, that's how that should be. Shit. Nope. There we go. And then filling this in comes after. But that might take care of some of this issue. I think, what did I do? I went for this guy. Are you straight? Yep. Okay. We snap up there. So I would have to go both directions. Put in that little filler. Yeah, I could use those pieces and fill all that. And then maybe that'd give me a node to tuck. Oh, no, it doesn't. Because, yeah, they're back there. All right, let's try, no, going back the other way from here. And we'll grab this. Yeah, that could work. And then down there somewhere. Okay, I'd have to go from here. I don't know, I would just fill. I would just fill. That's a lot of nitpicky shit for some corners. Right? And do they even look right? I feel like it's steeper from this angle than it is from this angle. And if that was going to be any which way, I would rather that be opposite. This also doesn't really accomplish what I wanted in terms of if I put a porch out here. Because there's really no space to decorate. That was the idea. Have a little more space to decorate. So I'm going to go backwards. I mean, this is an interesting proof of concept. I'm going to take a screenshot. Because I might need to refer to it in the future if I want to come back to it. But I'm going to pull back all of this stuff. There we go. As a proof of concept, I'm pretty happy. I could have seen that out and had that staircase, but it doesn't really fit exactly what I want. It's not exactly what I'm going for. All right, we're not gonna fill up here. Yeah, because like this is a mess of stuff underneath it too, and I feel like I could do better. So the next kind of option is, well, one, we're gonna stick with some granite foundation. And rather than, yeah, actually that's fine. I wouldn't mind having, yeah, I wouldn't mind having more space either side. So let's take this crap out of here, because this isn't necessary right now. And it consumes a lot of resources, so leaving it is unnecessary. And then we go in with the same kind of staircase, we just make it direct upwards. Trying to envision the porch. Yeah, you're watching, eh? Yeah, it was nice, but it wasn't quite the vision I was going for. So, because I was trying to copy the stairs, the building to the left of the Demon Forge. I don't know, it's kind of attached. But I think I'm going to go with a direct up kind of, I don't know. I have many ideas and none of them are really at the forefront. Okay, if I was going to then work from the top down, then we start there. Oh, it's ugly through that. Yeah, you guys will have to check out my dome and let me know what you think, because I'm not 100% convinced, but it was a lot of work, so I don't want to just be like, tear it down, start again. I used a lot of the beams you made. All right, these, we're going to have to go with floors, because I don't want that showing through the front. It's lumpy. Yeah. I mean, it's not horrible by any means, but it, you know, I mean, it's less domey than I wanted. Oh, okay, now we're talking. Have to get a sculptor up here to see if they can put a snake spitting out in this direction. Yeah, it was a lot. Oh, I never thought about that. I was going to leave it clean, but maybe that's a way of adding some more interest to it. I thought it would be a little more opaque. And then I played with making it more opaque, and it just looked like a mess. Talking in Discord for those. Maybe I'll turn Discord on in the channel again. So yeah, I don't know. It is what it is for now. You know, I haven't even looked from the inside up, really. Yeah, you can. I mean, it's Swiss cheese, but of course it is.
It's not bad, but yeah, just sit with it for a while.
You like it, Magnus? Yeah, I'm going to let it live for a while. And if I'm going to build another one, I'm not going to tear it down. I'm probably just going to like borrow some plots in the residential and make one on the ground, because that was a lot of falling. You like the dome? I'm glad you like the dome.
get
because
out
I haven't
there
made
at
up my
some
mind.
point, because I don't know if anybody else is really going to move said into the residential area. Everybody in their ungodly huge builds, so I've got to figure out how to like put a whole bunch of small shit in the center and it not look stupid.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I tend to build big. It's just where I go.
Yeah.
I'm kind of used to the self-reliance side of things, so like my storage is over large, my I've got crafting areas I probably don't need. I mean, I haven't even begun to fill the building, but other than my storage.
Well, I mean, I expected as much out there. I mean, I'm not trying to like discourage you by any means, so
Yeah, but if you
shows a
have
lot of
your
care and
large,
construction. Yeah, thanks, man.
that all have the waterfront, then the middle can be the taller, narrower.
yeah, I just
So-
need to get out there because I have some
that's
ideas,
cool.
but it's like I don't understand what
Yeah, this is
doing out there with
different
that
from
really huge square
a couple
thing
weeks ago as I
now.
moved
Oh,
here.
that's because her house, then the like patio area, and
Maybe I
then
need to
my
mute
house
Discord again.
connected. But
yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Control the window. There we go. I need to do something here. I don't want those poking through like that. So I think I do this again. The ornamental beams will just, I mean, I don't need to use ornamental beams, but they're smooth, right? So we'll put them out as structure. What am I going to do? My gosh. So this is, why don't I do this? I can go from the top down, and then we can snap to that. How are they not the same side to side? Oh, because I'm stupid. I do this like every time. There we go. No, is that? Yes, that's straight. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the other ones, they were good. I took a screenshot, but ultimately it wasn't what I wanted. So the benefit of building like this as well is it would be a lot easier. Right, and that's clean. The side profile, solid. And I could actually carry on that 56-degree beam into the ground. And that would add some stability to the area, maybe. I got to be able to see what's going on here. Why don't you want to get any stability off of that? That's interesting. Okay. In that case, I grab another beam. I send it inward. Or maybe I just put in a half timber pillar right there. And use shorter beams. Okay, that needs to be snapped down a little bit more. There we go. Sink that down. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? At this point, I need another one of these. Let's try that. The nodes are going all squirrely on me. That is off. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. These needed to snap. That's better. That's much better. And then we would need one more. Working from this kind of top down is easier. Yep. Oh yeah, I meant to unlock some Petras today. Crap. I might be doing some running today. Oh, those are too low. Right, that's so much easier to build. What am I going to do in the side is the next question. If I put that in there, put that underneath, right? So we can put this over the top. That gives us some real estate to... And let's not forget, like, this is going to be fully open with the exception of maybe a third of a wall across the top. And that's going to be built out as an arch. I might narrow that down a little bit too, so we come in with a narrow wall. Sure, we'll just do that like that. Right, and we'll turn that into an arch. I could make a YouTube guide, a video on limestone stairs. Well, that's true. As it is now, people would have to search through my VoD. Which, yeah, that would be a thing. I'm going to be uploading all my VODs to YouTube, because I do have a channel that I used to make content regularly on. And I figure some of the folks there are going to want to is a strong thing, but wouldn't mind knowing what I was up to. Because just... I'm in the mood for streaming these days. Making videos was fun. I'm not sure. So I feel like I need a railing, for one. Right? And then I need to frame that out somehow, right? Because this isn't gonna quite do it. Or will it? Can I just throw those on and call it a day? Cover that gap. throw these... Where's those little corner guys? They're way down here. That's not too bad. That was a lot faster, for sure. And then I have a little bit of room on the side to put some furniture in. Make it a more welcoming kind of porch. Maybe some flower pots. We'd have to build out this arch. And let's just frame it in real quick like. I mean, I could go with short ones. Save some materials. The idea, you come in through an archway similar to this one. This one feels overly large to me now. I feel like I should make that smaller. Right? Just pull everything down and put a third of a wall up above it. Which honestly wouldn't take long to do. But to visualize, the arch would be somewhere down here. Just to kind of visualize that. A more appropriate door size. This now feels a little bit narrow. Because ideally, I want to throw in the lattice work that I like to do. And that would mean we're looking at a narrow opening. This is just mock-up. Out of beams. Right? Narrow. Narrow compared to this. But kind of the problem I end up having is this ends up interfering. I would have to really play with some nodes here. Or move those support pillars outwards, which is not actually the hardest thing to do, but it might mess with stability. I mean, this side of the building is not bad for stability. It's over there, up the top, that's the hard part. Yeah, I feel like that's too narrow. This is the grander entrance. So I feel like I should build this out somehow. Okay. See if we can do quick and dirty on moving the wall out, but not quite so much. Yeah. That would actually work. And then I can just take that back. I might be able to do, well, I mean, I should be able to do the same thing up here. I can go right up to that level to cover those floors. Okay, clean, like clean opening. You can run. That goes nicely. I don't know if I like that those pillars go all the way up there. So we can pull them down so it frames it, but I would also like these beams to be a little more substantial looking. But not leave a gap. So I think the answer is both of those have to happen. Something like so. And then how is this going to work out when I try and start putting lattice work through here? Those are different. Those are different rights. This becomes a problem. Hello, Teofilov? Teofilov? I don't know how to say that, but welcome. Hello. I need to mess with this a little bit because I think I've got to use the short ornamental pillars to get up to there. Teo, right on. Welcome in. How you doing today? That should go to there. This one was kind of... Oh, I see. Okay, I see my problem, actually. It's an odd number. It's an odd number of things there. Let's hold it there. The V is your last name. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. My name is Tom. Of course, I go by absurdities here. I may not need that corner one, but let's just throw that in there. And then we'll use those to inform the placement of these beams. I've been building forever. Yeah. So let me take you through things. So this used to be just a very plain opening, and I want it to be more of an arch similar to this. Those were just in there. So that arch, I feel like, is now overly large for an interior arch, but I want to kind of replicate it out here. So that's what I was in the process of doing. The problem is I'm out of beams. If you're wondering how long I've played the game for, I've played since verse 2, I want to say. Maybe verse 3. And this is like my third build since 1.0, so I'm getting pretty good at building, I think, and I'm learning a lot of tricks along the way. But yeah, so I can kind of give you the dime tour. This is going to be just a work area. Now, those are temporary. I would actually put those up there in the future, along with some other, you know, clay kilns, pottery kilns, I guess they're called, and looms and things like that. Anyways, you come into here, main storage room with an awful lot of storage. And I want to point out that I have made all of my decorated chests since the changes, so they are stupid expensive. I farmed a lot of cotton for that. And I feel like, feeling I'm rich, I have so many chests. And then we're up into the dome area. This is not fully finished. Those don't actually need to exist right now. I'm thinking of putting another level up here, carrying this staircase, the spiral staircase, all the way up. But let's go out onto... Yeah, cotton's a pain in the ass, man. I farmed most of it while I was living in Carries? I forgot I need to fix this roof. There's supposed to be some overhang over here, and I took them down when I was working, but I haven't put it back up. Anyways, the dome I finished today. We started that in, I want to say yesterday's stream. But I got the dome done. It's a lot. And I feel like these roof pieces need to carry on a little bit there. Also, they need to be snapped down a little bit because... maybe not. We'll see. Anyways, I just finished the beam portion. There's some detailing that needs to be done. But, yeah. Okay. Well, let's just fall down there. Anyways, the idea being that there'll be another open archway for access to here. This will be where the looms are. That doesn't need to be there, whatever that is. Watch the whole thing fall down now. Thanks. Yeah, it's all coming along, right? I find I build in these stages where I do the broad strokes, you know, you put up some walls and put a roof on it, and then you go into detail mode and you start changing things up. So that's kind of what I'm doing here, is trying to get some more detail into the front of the building because it was very plain. So now we have a wide staircase. What hiccups? Stability, stability, stability. It's always stability. I went down a rabbit hole yesterday. So these pillars here, you can see they're both light green here, but if you go up a floor, they are not symmetrical in how much stability they provide. Like, let's just move that. So that's orange right there. And this is green and then orange, or yellow and then orange. So there's more stability in the right pillar. And I had to go investigate that, and I figured out it's just because the ground slopes underneath it. That's all it's down to. So we're limited in stability by the shape of the ground, which I don't think should be the case. I think it should be the lowermost foundation that sinks into the ground, because the sub foundation, I've taken out I've actually hidden the door that was down there. So let's go in the back way. Forgot to mention we have a basement as well. And this is... I was kind of tearing this apart a little bit. I have a few foundations that need to be put in, but I don't have granite on me. So yeah. I feel like this level, this surface we're walking on should be the determinant of how tall the pillar beams can go, but that's not the way it is. Pillars can only be so far apart when connecting beams to them. Yeah, I have no way up there. Of course I do. I've got a staircase in here. I think I'm going to change out these stairs to match the rest of it too. But anyways. So yeah, stability is an interesting system to fully understand and work your way through, right? I feel like there could be improvements made to it in general. Pardon me, I had a little hiccup in mid-speech. I'm just trying to get broad strokes down with this thing, and then we'll go back in. So yeah, I had a lot of fun working through stability issues. It's a good question, by the way. What made me choose granite pillars? Just the stability, really. I believe you get more stability out of those than you do out of anything else. Stone pillars are similar, but I also like they're a little smoother. I don't necessarily love the greenish color, but as you can see, they don't show on the outside of the building, and that's intentional. So I used 56-degree beams. That's 45. Where's my 56? Yeah, there. And I just, I put them down from the corner or from the wall. And then I don't have granite on me, but this will show, you know, that I can move the wall inward. So that's what I did with the pillar. Because I didn't want them showing from the outside. I wanted a clean exterior, and I managed to achieve that. So that's a small accomplishment, I would say. Let me get some more of these on here. Have you done any particularly big builds? If you ever want to share screenshots, you can do exclamation Discord and chat. That'll get you onto my Discord server. And you can always share in our screenies section. I'm always interested to see interesting builds. So now that I have that all in there, I will pull this down. I just didn't want the extra snap nodes in there. I'm not really capturing, yeah, I'm not really capturing the same thing. Yeah, there's really, and this is only down to the way I angled them, but you can see just a little bit of that granite pillar just poking through. I'm using 2 plots, but I'm part of a larger clan, so the borders are a little squiffy. And that's just a matter of I moved in after they had placed everything. So my main plot is there, and it is exactly the shape of that tower, right? If I pull out any old piece here and go stand in here, there you can see the circle perfectly covers that. So, you know, if I did stop playing, at least the main tower, all my storage would be pulled into the redeem queue. And then the rest of it is kind of over here. And so this neighboring place, that's my neighbor, that's Dalcon's place. And these silo-looking things with the domes on them, those are his. So you can see my plot goes out a little ways further and covers that. But that's just the nature of, you know, sharing space with a clan. It's totally worth it. And I'm taking a little corner of this plot that's here. So it is what it is. Now, I actually want to pull that back down a little bit. because I want to try and copy that other pillar on the inside. I feel like that's going to need to come down maybe even that much. So that we can stretch beams across. Good evening. Your clan active enough for those connected plots of yours? Yes, yeah, absolutely. Dalcon's on all the time, and he's got a secondary character that has this one, and I don't think it'll be any problem. You know, fingers crossed. Anyways, maybe I do want that. Right, because I was gonna put a panel up there, same way as I did in the other one. That way. Panels up in the corner. And panels at the bottom as well. So yeah, I actually recently just moved clans. For a number of reasons. My other clan wasn't active enough. And that was a problem for me. But there's some other stuff going on that I was not interested in being a part of. Alright, we gotta take those out too. And then we could throw these guys in there. Right? I wish we could flip them upside down. But this is the gist of this design. I might be able to sneak one more in there. Can I? No, probably not, actually. I mean, that's actually not horrible. Having that little diagonal there, I don't hate it. So you got one plot is your main home, and the second, which isn't connected to it, it's your charcoal and beehive. Right, yeah. Your wife and I play together, so she has one plot that's connected to your second plot. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of couples that play this game. If my girlfriend had a PC, I would 100% be trying to get her into this game. But I got her. She and her daughter have a Switch Lite, so I got her into Palia, which she seems to be enjoying a lot. Yeah, if I could turn that triangle upside down, I'd totally connect it to there. But that's not bad. Let's... So that would be the arch. That would be the arch. So there's one little adjustment I think I would make here. And that would be to make some more like three-dimensional space here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull it down a little bit. Oh, I'm out of fine wood beams. Here, claim those. Back here to that. Had to custom build your wife a gaming PC to upgrade her 12-year PC she's happy now. Yeah. I have parts left over from upgrading, and I could totally build a second PC. I would just need like a case. I think I even have a power supply, and some storage, and I could totally have her have a PC. But she also doesn't have a ton of time to game. She does have a kid after all. There's 45 degree. I thought about maybe trying to have 45 degree stuff tying in that. That's such a minute detail. I don't even think it's worth adding. Unless I lower it quite a bit. And then we use this. No, I'd have to. All right, and then the problem becomes it sticks through too far. So no. I think we're going to go back to that full height. And then I'm out of planks, or beams, not planks. Yeah. I think that would need to go up one more. That kind of leaves a bit of a gap there, but I could fix that eventually when I have more beams. Let me see if I'm hiding anything, maybe even just some wood. I mean, that's some wood. It's not much. You play PAX only on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, since those are days you're able to stream. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm in a situation where I can stream a fair amount, and I've done some YouTube. I used to stream a lot, quite a ways back now, but it's this game that kind of brought me back to it. Partly I was in a clan with a bunch of streamers. I still am, a different clan, but. So that adds a little bit of shadow, which is kind of nice. Sticks out from the side. I feel like it's missing something, or the balance is off. And I'm gonna kind of experiment here. So I've got those walls stuck in there. And I feel like I could do better. So we kick that down a little bit. It'd be nice to have a smaller roof. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's all going to come down a touch. Let the lightning strike. Yeah, whatever. Whatever that lyric is, I don't actually know, apparently. All right, carry these upwards. Sorry, say again. Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah, been working hard. Just playing with arch ideas for the entrance here. So carry that across. So that gives that little bit. Let's grab. Again, I don't have like beams enough to fully do roof pieces, but let's see what we can do. Even just tiny bit of overhang. The tiled eaves. Where are they? There we go. No, it needs to be a little wider than that. That's not gonna do it. What is happening? And then I can stuff the hole with this little guy, if I can actually make it work. The F key doesn't work super well on these pieces. Like, that should be able to span that. What is going on? That doesn't... Oh, because it's sticking out. Okay, we'll put two of them. Just because I couldn't find the right node for that. On EU, Arcadia, Ancient, Armagnac. Nice. Yeah, I haven't been around Ancient too much, so I'm not really familiar with the location, but that's cool. Oh, but you live in the US, decided to play on EU for the early content when it rolls it. Ooh, interesting. I never thought of that. That's cool. You know, I actually like that roof overhang. The one detail I wish I could add, I don't have, literally have 0 beams left. But the one detail I kind of wish I could add is, you know, we're just gonna go. We're gonna go get some beams because the clan has some. I've helped myself to them a lot today, but a little bit more. It's not going to kill anything. Do you have a character on Celine? Nice. Yeah, I'm on US East, of course. I am Canadian, but US East is the closest server for sure. I'm on the east coast of Canada. And I need a drink. Oh my gosh, am I parched? So this is all clan area. Oh yeah, there's Amaya. Working away. I'm gonna go in through the Demon Forge. My frames are real chonky right now. Yeah, things are happening in the local area. Oh, this is the way. And then we make a hard left, and this is the lumberyard. And we'll grab some beams. I should have just brought a full load, but whatever. Charcoal area, I already filled a whole side of this today because I was chopping so much. And we'll just duck back here. It's a nice city they built here. I can take no credit for the niceness of this city. They've been here longer than I have. I've only been here like 3 days. And they helped me move from carries and everything. It's great. Yeah, I think it's because I have my draw distance. I turned it up. Streaming distance. I can turn back down to medium and it'll probably improve a fair bit. But also while I'm streaming, my graphics card is handling encoding the stream. So it's got a lot going on. So we go out the gate into the residential section again. And this will all be filled with housing. So most people have chosen waterfront, rightly, because waterfront's great. I'm looking at the size of my place, and it really is a little over the top, isn't it? It is a little big compared to everyone else. Is that the answer? Make the dome start down here? I don't know. I always felt like this is a lot of roof. So I could do a flat... I could do a flat roof at the peak. And put some details around it. That might be something I do. Just to lower the size. Okay. Now the whole point of that was I wanted to experiment. I'm pretty sure this is not going to work out how I wanted, but... I forgot to have tiny little wall pieces like that. Yeah, but they're still, like, those things are still too big for an overhang. What I could try and do is with these. Try and snap them off the ends, but I think they're going to... Yeah, they're going to poke through the wall. And then, yeah. So, what I did up above, you can see I put some of those in, and I never finished doing it because it didn't really seem super important. It's just a detail. But I used 2 overhangs so that I could come back through and put a bunch of these in as supports. Like they look like they would be supporting the roof. However, I think I even wanted to go one step further and use these. Because I love seeing houses that have details like that. Like in real life. I used to live in a town called Thunder Bay City. Are those too low? I can't tell. I really can't see from this angle. It's so dark. I need some lighting on the front of the building. Hanging light at the corner of the roofs? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. I wonder what... I don't have a lot of good options. I've basically got cartwheel chandeliers right now. Carrying too much junk, but... I mean, I could do wyvern sconces way down low. Let's throw some clay back into storage. Don't even think I need to carry any of it right now. fine. We'll keep it. Let's grab a stack of wyvern sconces. Now, hunter chandeliers are nice, but they don't throw light downward, unfortunately. It's a bit of an oversight on Mainframe's part. I'd like to see them fix that. I've complained about it to no end. Can I make this look half decent? I feel like this is going to be too long. If I come out the corner like that and then put a cartwheel chandelier, will I get any? I mean, it's not the worst. It's not super great either. I could go with a longer beam. I can't see what's going on with this. I think that was kind of out there. Yeah, those are quite pricey, aren't they? And hard to make. All right, there's those two, and we could put we could put these in here. Come on, keep that node. I saw it. Yeah, that. Through there. This might be the touch it needed, but it might also not be. My initial reaction is that I'm not convinced that's the way to light this up. Let me get in there with some wyvern sconces. And we just put them right down by the ground. Right, so let me just kind of walk that back a second. We'll look at one option at a time. Maybe this is going to make it look like a spooky house. I don't know. Oh, your blacksmith is level 25. Okay. I don't even remember where I'm at with blacksmithing. I don't love these, like, but they do throw light upwards. Yeah, I don't like them either. Not a big fan of that either. Maybe both. Maybe both. Also, these are different heights. That one's not far enough down. We go down 2. Down 2. And it's just because the moon's over there, right? It's the wrong direction. But those could be all right. Now, my intention with this was also to always put ornamental beams along the front Hmm. How did I do that? So the end of that roof ridge, the roof line is capped with a bit of a fascia, right? Those are ornamental beams. And I wanted to do that across the front too. I'm gonna play with this a little bit. What does it look like if I have these sticking way out? I'm not sure that's also going to be a winner. But it does allow me to put that fascia board there. So that would, that's actually quite stable. So now maybe I can grab a 34 degree and make it work, because it wasn't stable enough over here before. Uh-oh. It's not quite there. Oh, there we go. Right? Just because that just looks cleaner. Please, daytime. Please, daytime. The only problem... Oh, wait. Oh, I had a whole thing I was going to do. Okay, some of this is going to fall down, probably. Because I'm going to take those out. I had an idea. Yeah, all those fascias are going to fall down. And this could be difficult to do from down here. Unfortunately, we'll see. I wanted to have some pillars. And then attached to those pillars, I wanted to have these things. But I also want them to support the end cap. So what I'm going to have to do is grab that 56 degree. Put that in there. And snap another vertical beam. I can't get over how limiting that is. Having the... Like, limiting the angle you can look upwards is so annoying. You'd like it hanging like a box with a table lamp inside of it. I don't really know what you mean. I'd have to see an example, I think, to really know what you mean there. But lighting the outside would be nice for sure. Okay, other than the fact that it has no stability, that's exactly what I wanted. Almost exactly what I wanted. Why doesn't it have any stability, though? What if we put that there? And that might provide enough stability through there. Ah, it's not going to do it. The other option might have just been the curved thing. Just going to talk in Discord for a second. Yeah, I'm still streaming, so I'm trying not to. I don't know why I'm still on Discord, but yeah. Partly because I want to hear what's going on for the dungeons later. Yeah, I would love that to stick out there, but that's not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. What about there's no stability to it. That's basically what it comes down to, is just throwing in longer beams than I need. I don't know, I don't love that. Alright, I got some roof shingles on me though. So what if I add another roof? Let's just kick those off. Grab this. Oh. What? What? So weird. The stability system just kills me sometimes. Also, I would like daytime now. Yeah, the curved ones are probably fine. I mean, that's what I have on that end, and it looks good. Like, you know, it's a small detail, but it's nice. I think I actually like that more than the fancy ones. There we go. I would like to have more of them, but given where the windows are, I think that's about as good as it gets. Also, this is a choice. This is a choice I can make. I feel like there should be more light coming from the inside of this room, but there's not. Just moving these closer to the wall a little bit. To maybe see if some of that light comes through. Not really. Also, I was going to experiment with doubling the overhang here. Double the overhang. And adding curved beams. Doesn't stick out far enough. I guess that does, if I do it off of those pillars. Money for drugs. This is a fun song. They're facing off in the wrong direction. That's typical of me. I mean, it's not nothing. It's not nothing. Put the 34-degree beam on the ends. Are you kidding me? It won't even. There we go. That wasn't even straight. Can I? My body is just in the way, man. This side is at an angle because I can't see properly.
Okay, we're gonna go with potato salad.
Tio, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate that. Maybe we can stretch an ornamental beam across the front to, like, spruce that up a little bit. Oh, those are different heights. What? What is going on there? I mean, the roofs are all in the same place. It's the end pieces that I have sticking out there. Those are at different heights. Yeah, those are too high. These are too high. Finally getting brighter. No, that's not even it. I appreciate that. Greatly appreciate that. So yeah, this is this lined up now? Why is that so far down? This is weird. I think I got to build it in the exact same way, right? Yeah, I think I know what I did. So if we put that there and then snap that in quickly enough. I'm not even sure those are going to be visible. And then I just overlap wherever it's going to join up. It's not the most noticeable of detail. I'm not even sure how worthwhile it is to have these details in here. You know, like people are going to look at the roof line and they're going to go, it's a roof. It's not the biggest of priorities here. That actually didn't want to. There we go. Oh, great. I think that's too much. I think that's too much. I'm just going to, I'm going to pull that back. There we go. I don't know. I think that beam is confusing things. So let's get rid of it and pretend that never happened. I mean, you gotta experiment, right? You gotta try new things. Now, one thing I'm noticing is that is poking through the roof. I think those might come both out. So that's an option. You know, the one thing I should do is put a railing on this. And do we go with a railing or do we go with a lattice is another question. There are specific like banister pieces, but it's, oh yeah, balustrade post. I think I'd rather have these, to be honest. I could go to there. All right, let's play with just a rail. Simple rail. What do we think? Too simple? Also going to make sure those aren't poking through. Nope, they're good. Simple rail is a choice. I feel like there's not enough like vertical height to this to make a lattice work. Where's my 45 degree? Because it'd have to be snapped down. I mean, that's doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right. That's a no. I'd have to lift the whole thing up. Oh, actually. Yeah, it's a work in progress for sure. You know, I'm going to leave it there for doing that stuff. Yeah, it's missing something, but it's not as plain as it was. Also, I'm just realizing all of those are sticking through the roof line. I can see them from that angle. All of those pieces are sticking through. That's annoying. Okay, I have beams. Let me grab... I gotta go fix that roof before I forget about it. There we go. And up we go. Yep. There's a couple other details I wanted to look at up here, but we're starting with this. Get this piece. Okay, so that is just a little detail that needed to be put back on. And then I had a thought about taking these. I better use short pieces for that. That's not the one. That's not the one. It's this one. So we got minimum stick out. That's a nice corner there. Let's F10 this. Yeah, I feel like tying that roof into there is a better choice. The other alternative... Yeah, nice meeting you. Thank you very much. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna throw it over to that Angry Viking when he goes live in 10 minutes or so. Anyways, I need to keep an eye out for that. All right. I also need to do those little ass pieces in here. So what do we have here? That's straight or that's straight. So that's in the middle. Yeah. So I should just be able to go around here, do 2 angles, like 2 rotations, I mean. Just a little detail that needs to be taken care of, right? I got the roofing pieces, so I might as well. All right, and then we're here. We go back to that guy, followed by that, and 2 of these. If I can figure out where they go. There we go. Did I have, no, I didn't have trim underneath, so that's fine. Yeet. Yeah, it is, you know, there's no guesswork about where the entrance is. That's for sure. I still need to sort out the window. Actually, the windows are kind of, they're a little... Since I actually removed those 4 wall pieces, I feel like these windows feel better. I might switch all of those windows to a different style entirely. The extra wide ones. Kind of curious about what that'll look like. So we're going to go up there. So I want to grab the piece first. Yeah, the decorative double wall. Now, there's a difference in stability with these walls for sure. Or it felt like it. I don't know. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now let's just have a look at that from outside. Yeah, that big window bank up there, that's the way to go. I like it. I like it. Okay. We're going to do the same all the way around. Whoops. History. Whoops. There we go. I go past it sometimes. There we go. Okay. So that gives an, like, I don't know. That gives me vibes, is all I can say. That, I enjoy that. I do enjoy that. I'm tempted to replace those two up there with those slit windows. I could try and fandangle a single one in there, but I would have to do some work to find a center node. I love that when you highlight a thing with the green, it makes it translucent and the light comes through. Like you see that light change? That blows my mind every time. Oh man. Okay. What would I do up here? Probably the arched. The arched windows times 2, keep them close together in that peak. And then do the same on the other side. There we go. So, another small detail. But I think, I mean, you don't really see any, you don't see either of these ends, but I know it's there, and I think it's better. Okay, I never did figure out what I was doing with that. And those sticking through definitely will bother me. So, let's go fix that. And I think what I do is I put in the piece and then take the old one out. The end, I'm not really sure. Yeah. It's got to be lower than that. It's pretty deceiving. Buts. Yeah, it doesn't really reach out there. I need something better than that, frankly. Like, those ends, it works. Even though they like stick out. This is a little unfortunate, though. Where's my little short piece? Okay. God damn it. Can't crane your neck back far enough. I mean, I could do that. That's not the worst. It's a lot of pieces. It's a lot of pieces. And you got to be quick about it. So you snap off the end, you snap half back, and you snap back from that. Oh, no. Nope, that's not how that went. How did that work? I think that's kind of it. I need to F10 up there and see if those are poking through the side of the wall, though. I mean, yeah, they are. That green one is a placement. I don't hate that poking through, though. Not completely. All right, let me come back to this one. I feel like this is different. So remove those. I'm going to go do that. Oh my God. We take that off and we snap that back a half. And we have a thing. Now, these all need to be redone because they are not far enough down. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that's the basic beams. But it's really the corner of the roof tile that we're going to snap off of. So, duplicate build. Okay, yeah, right. So there, and snap back, and take that. Okay. That. There we go. All right, so there's method to all that. Now, I didn't even test this. I should have tested it beforehand. But, because I want to fit the facade across. Because I just feel like this is cleaner, and it surely is. And it's also something for the end to tie into. I'm going to talk in Discord. So I filled up like half of the charcoal facility today. You're welcome to all of that. Yeah, well, I mean, I've been eating the beams that Ona made, so it's kind of my way of paying back. Now, this is not ideal, but like, maybe I can do that. Okay. There we go. I don't like to take and not give something back, so it's like I'd go fill my inventory with sapwood and heartwood, take the heartwood home, take the sapwood, put it in the, you know, in the facility or that kind of thing. And then eventually I would take beams from Ona's work yard because I just needed more. Oh, I didn't, I'm sorry. I have the memory of a goldfish, so I don't even remember that. Oh my god. That's exciting. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm such a goldfish. Okay, I might have to go at those. All right, so that worked. What is going on with my character? This end is kind of doubled up, and I think the second one down needs to come off. Because that doesn't need to be there. Oh my gosh, like, I just can't see anything. Yeah, that's good enough. Why can't I select things now? I can't see shit. Alright, I'm gonna fix that later. I don't know. I made a lot of progress today. We got, you know, at least the first iteration of an arch in. We got the dome, or at least the first iteration of the dome complete. And that's a lot, right? Oh, and the staircase. We did a lot of staircasing. Moved some other stuff. There's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done, a lot of details that need to be figured out. Well, yeah, we added details around. It was a productive day. It was certainly a productive day. I'm just waiting for that Angry Viking to go live. Now, I'm going to be part of the group that Angry Viking is with in Dungeons. Because it's a clan-wide thing. So he's not live yet, so let's wait one, try and fix this. It's like no end of frustration that you can't crane your neck up a little farther. Okay. Are there beams underneath that? What is going on here? What am I looking at? Or is that just the roof? No, I think it's just the roof. Yeah, that's the roof piece. So that's good. That ties together. We got a facade on the edge of the roof. This one here looks off to me. Oh, I think I used the wrong piece right there. Yeah, I did. I did. We got to go down and get this little guy right there. And somehow get that to snap properly. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. That's a different problem. That's a different problem entirely. I think I need to go up there. Whoops. Actually, that's faster way into the staircase. Just ironing kinks, you know? We don't shame them, we just iron them. Okay. So yeah, that would go up at that angle. But I don't like that, if I'm honest. I mean, it matches that roof, but it also goes into that window. So what if we use this little guy here? This is so frustrating. That is too high. Right? Like, I'm using the F key to try and flip the damn thing, and it's just infuriating. Do I have a tiny little... I mean, these are big, right? No, those are small. Oh, that does go there, like so. That closes that hole. And, good Lord. I don't know what pieces of what. I am struggling to find a piece that will allow me to kind of cap that off. Or just make it disappear. I could leave it floating out like that. I don't know. Maybe I do go back to the original. Because I can't actually fit the small tiled eaves. I could go that way with it, though. That might actually be better. Why is that one sticking up so much? That's a 34-degree beam. That's supposed to be that angle, but it's obviously not. Has that never been the angle? I guess not. Okay. Yeah, I'm discovering that that angle is not 34 degrees. It's probably more like 30 degrees. And that's unfortunate because I wanted to cap the ends of those. So we don't cap it. Yeah, that one's not perfect either. It's definitely not like 34 degrees. It's more like 30 degrees. This one, it's close enough. This makes me, though, want to experiment with a different angle of this roof. Instead of going at this lesser angle using the eave, use the narrow roof piece. This guy. Because, okay, I'm gonna just peel this back a little bit and experiment. Because why not, right? If I just carry that down, it's gonna cover the windows a little bit. But is that the worst thing in the world? It's not super pretty. I'm gonna nope. I'm gonna nope on that. Let's just put it back the way it was. There we go. All right. I think that's what I'm going to call today's progress complete. I'm pleased with how things are coming along. Lots of details to iron out, but it's a good start. Yeah.
Stream streak. 90 something. Let's go. I apologize for my time. Hey, you know what?
Raid has been created. We're going to go to that Angry Viking. I'm going to try and get some food before we run off on the dungeon run. And hydrate, because I'm thirsty. Thank you very much for watching, folks. Appreciate you. If you're watching a VoD, I super appreciate you. Come join us on Twitch. Drop a follow. You know, links in the doobly-doo. All right, folks. We'll see you in the next time. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, but yeah, I'll see you when I see you. All right, take care.
It's a lot of gold. A lot of gold. Got a cool mount. Well, I mean, that's good.